All right, all right, all right. It's like Mike's a go. Let's get this price show on the road. All right, we're going to head straight to the charts. We've got CPI today in about 30 minutes. And we've seen some pretty cool things so far this morning. If you were up at 7 o'clock, you probably hit a beautiful run up. And yeah, we are in a very interesting spot today. We've got on the weekly, we see we are reaching up towards that weekly bearish order block. On the monthly, we see we've got potential to reach up into this weekly premium SIBI. I would prefer us to work within this weekly range down below, but this daily one would be sufficient as well. We do have quite a bit above us, so this thing is good morning, Kirk. Good morning, Kirk. It's risen quite a bit this morning. Let's go down to a 15-minute time frame. So our Asia range has resided here. It's gonna stick. London came up through it, came down, closed under the midpoint for just a brief moment, and then skyrocketed up. So I think today, given this week's open today, if CPI is less than expected, so they are anticipating that it's 3.1%. If it's 3.0 or below, the markets will rally. Month over month, it's already at 0. So, which is kind of ridiculous now. So we'll wait for that to occur, and then we will trade with our ongoing bias that there is further imbalance for price to head up to, right? So on the monthly chart, we know that we're targeting a weekly imbalance that's up here. Does that mean, what does that mean? That means that there's this imbalance that we could trade all the way up to before we potentially reject and head down or retrace a little bit, right? So I think that would be quite interesting. And that's what I'll be looking for. Does not seem like we are rejecting from this monthly level. It does seem like we are currently trading through, but that does not mean we can't trade back down. So we'll continue our outlook that we are heading up towards liquidity and or buy stops, right? So if there's liquidity up here first, that's what I'll be looking for. Let's look on the daily. And let's check out within this weekly liquidity, where we are right now. Do we have any daily liquidities to reach for? Yes. There's actually a daily imbalance right here. Let me see if I can grab one of the daily levels here. See if I can just blow this up a little bit. It'll be easier to see. So we see there's a daily imbalance right here that we haven't filled yet. So we want this. This was back in February of 2022. And we want to draw this out over time. Same with this one. This one's a close of 16,550. And high of 16,551. And same deal. Let's draw this out over time. On the daily chart, this low was 16,993.50. Let's mark that. And above here, you see this daily high is also a weekly imbalance. So above this daily level, we'll see this weekly level here. Currently, we see the price is drawing up to that right this moment. So let me lock these here. Oops, shit. I just deleted it. 1 second. $16,693.50. Okay, let's try that again. So we have a daily level that we can reach for now, right? And these reach one day CPI high. Let me check real quick. Is that a, yep, that's a sell side imbalance there. And then of course this one is 16.21 one day CPI low. So those are areas that we can reach up towards. CPI likely will blast through all of this. But if we see CPI go down first, that's what we would be looking for to see if there's any evidence of us heading down first before we reach all the way back up, potentially towards this this daily imbalance, this weekly imbalance as well. Okay. Great. All right. So that on the daily, we do have this fair value gap beneath us, right? That just formed. Let's take a look on the hourly to see if we can see anything a little bit closer. So on the 4 hour, we have price came down into this fair value gap, leaving this one open. We have relative equal lows on a candle close perspective here. CPI, let me see. Take a quick look at something here. See CPI. I'm looking for a previous example of CPI. Okay. So typically, if there's a big major move, let me see if I can see this. So E-mini has moved about 80 or 70 points before. So that's quite a bit. I could see us coming down and taking all of this out potentially, that'd be what, 500, 400, or at least, let's see, how much is, let me do some quick calculation here. AD times 12.5 times 4, 4,000 divided by 5. So AD times 4 times 5. AD times 4 times 12.5. 4,000. Okay, so 160 divided by 4. So that would equate to around 200 points. That would equate to around 200 points in the NASDAQ. So where does that put us? Well, we take a look at this low to high, 16,480, 380, 280 would put us right around the new week opening gap. What else do we have there? We have a bullish order block coupled by a fair value gap here, right? So I find that to be interesting. Let's look down at a 60-minute chart as well. And let's do one thing. Let's, where did I put that thing? Oops, no, I just want to get rid of this thing. So let's look on the 60-minute right now. This whole run up here is the equivalent of this 4-hour run up from 12.11. This whole leg here, we have a bullish order block combined with a fair value gap here. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for price to head all the way down here, faking out longs to head further up. Could it be the beginning of a market maker reversal program? Yes, but depends on CPI, depends on what happens at CPI. I would prefer it to drop down here, spike down here real quick, and then retrace completely during the remainder of the day, and then some, as we draw towards the daily CPI high and low. Okay? So these will be potentially important levels there. And if we take a look at what would the consequent encroachment be between these two, roughly 16,623. So let's mark that there as a daily level. And let's make that a consequent encroachment dashed line. And let's make these daily levels as well. I do need to make these the correct color. I want them to stay that width. Let me change this template because we will save this. 1 day purple. Yes, we want to replace it. Okay. Great. So now we have this consequent encroachment here, 16,623 as well. So we have all of our upside levels that we're looking for. We have hit a monthly intermediate term high, but we've traded to it, back to it, and bounced off of it. So we will be looking for longs. We will be trading live today. Let's go. Yeah, we can go with this. We'll be doing one count at a time. Oh, excuse me. Consequence of not having clean air when you sleep. Okay, looks like we are still seeing some bumps up. All of this run up. CPI typically takes it out at the bell. So you need to be quite careful today. Remember, new week opening gap is here. We have an hourly gap down here. Same on the 15-minute. 15-minute fair value gap coupled with a bullish order block. And this higher time frame order block as well. So that's the setup for today. I will be looking for price to take that. Okay. Now we wait. Wait for the inevitable at 8:30 a.m. And yeah, it's going to be a doozy. We'll see some pretty interesting stuff come soon. Let's take a look at some of the others out here. Let's see. I want to see some other, I'm just looking at a few other things right this moment before we hit the hay. F4, Market Edge, good morning. Stock Trader, 00, good morning, good morning. We are patiently awaiting us. We want to see us head into this buy side imbalance. And possibly yesterday's Asia lows. Right? Those are all areas that we're looking into. 16,256. Would be a sell side liquidity. Short-term low. Hey, good morning, Phoenix. take a quick look at dollar as well. So it looks like dollar is slated. It's bounced off of this bullish order block. So I would imagine that dollar could head up, take this out, drop first, and then head down to take out this area of liquidity down here, potentially. But we all have to see. Okay. All right, let's see. A few minutes here as we get started. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Few more minutes until we hit the bell, so I think we will see. Lots of things could happen today. We just want to wait for non-farm payroll. We are expecting price to head higher after coming back to take out some of our previous sell side or buy side imbalances. Now, this could just spike all the way up as well. We are cognizant that this could spike up first. I wouldn't be surprised, but I guess I kind of would be. There's certainly room for dollar to fall further. I do think that dollar on the weekly, if we take a look at dollar on the weekly, there's this imbalance here that we're trading up into and that we're already in, which we've been rejecting off of. So if we're going to head lower towards this weekly imbalance, then we'll trade through here and head all the way down here as well. That's on the weekly chart. Now, keep in mind that looks a little bit different here on the daily chart, right? So on the daily chart, it doesn't look like we've done very much. We've taken buy-side liquidity and started to head lower. If we head lower here, we're going to be aiming for 102.467, which would also in turn mean we are heading over to higher prices on all indices overall. So now we wait patiently. And let's see what the next 6 minutes brings. You can kind of feel the market about to explode here. Start to see some of the volatility coming in. If you are positioned before the trade, I would highly recommend you get out before. This market will rip through a lot on this. F4 market edge news in 4 minutes. Yes, that is correct. We are patiently awaiting this news correction here. And it could very well push into this news and then head higher even. If that occurs, then for sure we want to wait for a bit of a retracement, an optimal trade entry that will be given to us at market open likely. So today I will be with you live trading. I will be here. I have to hop off for a call at 9 o'clock that I have to call into, but I will not hype a hot mic again. But please, streaming gods, let me remember to not hot mic. I don't want to bore you with those meetings. All right, we're seeing quite a bit of run up here. So a couple key levels we want to keep our eyes on. These relative equal lows here, which would make us about a 60-point drop. These relative equal lows down here and this buy side imbalance as well. That's what I want to keep an eye on. And then of course on the daily chart, we have these levels above us, right? So want to keep our eyes peeled on these areas here, above and below. Kind of see how we're giving a 200-point spread on NASDAQ, right? So keep that in mind. I want to keep at least 200 points spread for CPI. I have seen worse, but that generally would cover what we're going to see on CPI. If we head down into this buy-side imbalance, I will take a long. I won't hesitate to take a long there. And if we get stopped out, I'll re-enter based on market sentiment there. Although, one key big overhang right now is the fact that we have not broken back down below this monthly intermediate term high. We dawdled around there, but we've immediately rejected at 725 this morning. So need to see what market's gonna do. If this is just moving up to rip everyone south, that would be brutal, right? Okay, 129, 829. Let the markets do what they will do. Stay patient. Again, I am not commissioned by the CFTC to provide investment advice. Do not take trades today. Do not follow me on trades today. If you do, this stream is late anyways, delayed. So you will lose money. It can and will lose money. Make sure if you enter, it is of your own decision. If you do enter, it is of your own decision. I am not providing financial advice. Let's get this rolling. 22 seconds. Five seconds. Here we go. Okay. We came down into Asia's range. Let's see if we see evidence of movement back up from this Asia range. Yeah. Taking a gamble here. We might get stopped out. Yep. So too high. We should have taken that Asia range entry right there. Right now it's a little bit too high. We want to see a bit of a retracement first. but we are reaching towards that daily high there. You can kind of see that already. Try again. Oops, that was a bad entry, wasn't it? Try once more. And if we get stopped out this time, we'll switch into a different account. But we do see that that price wants to head higher. Now this could just completely drop out as well. I'm speculating here on an account that I'm okay with losing money on. Okay, let's see. Nothing high probability right now. Let it do its thing. I'm not seeing anything right in this moment that could serve as like indication that we'll head higher. Let me see what CPI values ended up coming in at. So CPI came in a little hot on month to month, but it came in exactly as forecast at 3.1, so it did not come in lower. Generally, that is good that it did not rise. That CPI did not rise. So the question now, we came down into Asia. We took out Asia's range, fair value gap here. Do we head down into some volume imbalances on the lower time frame and restart? I'm seeing some volume imbalances here that I might consider. Just seeing how price is booked. Taking that out there. Volume imbalance is taken out there. Need to see if we go to take out one more volume imbalance that we made on the way up on the 5-second chart. What is dollar doing? Dollar is bouncing back up for the time being. 5-second chart still is retracing for the majority of its movement upwards. It's retraced pretty much its whole segment out there. So any longs are getting ripped through right now, any late longs rather, and we wait, right? Hey, Michael Tapiero. Good morning, good morning. We missed our Asia, we missed our clicking our Asia movement, so we retraced pretty much all of this morning's move so far. So let's see what happens at this intermediate term high. Do we bounce it? Do we continue breaking down below it? What's the difference between the contract and December and March contract? There is a huge difference. If you look, there might be a huge volume in difference in open interest. So who's trading it, right? It's the key question. Who is trading it? Let's go here. And then let's sell one on the way up. Sell one here. Let's see, that'll be 71, 81, 91, 01. One on the way up. see if we can recuperate some of this cost. And we will put this sell limit up here as well. So there's different levels of open interest and different levels of volume. The March contract currently has more volume traded on it, which also means, Michael, there is more liquidity, correct? So those are some things to consider. You want to be in a contract which has more liquidity because that means you can get out faster, get in and get out faster. Currently, we are seeing if we can reach back up into that 1 minute sell side imbalance. And as we breach up there, we will hopefully take that out and not retrace too much. There we go. So now we can move our stop up a bit. As we see, we reached up into that area. And we can leave our runner for the remainder of the day. If we get stopped out here, that's not a problem. We will let this run for a little bit. And we'll raise our stop on balance once we reach above a point where price will not come back down. Now, price can come back down right this moment. We are hoping that it does not, of course, but we are never perfect here. So we're seeing price support bullish order blocks so far. It came up into a area of sell side imbalance, and there is still some sell side imbalance left to be traded to. However, if markets are heavy, it can and will trade lower. We'll move our stop up to here. We are close to break even on that initial poor set of trades, so let's hope we get some movement here. Otherwise, we'll get stopped out. We like the draw on liquidity being the daily SIBI above us. I like that still as a draw on liquidity. Let me look at dollar. Dollar is rising, so in general, that means less well for price to go higher. So likely price is going to head lower first. And there's a good chance we get stopped out here. Okay, so weaving in and out of non-farm payroll. Phoenix ABS is all out, back to even. Nice. Yep, with dollar moving up, it's really hard for me to say, hey, it does look like we immediately rejected off of this here, so I will enter, see if I can enter limit here or not. I want to see if we continue to see that nice rejection off of that Asia range. I want to see us continue to reject off of that. Come on, give me my entry. Okay. And if we do head lower here, I wouldn't be surprised, but I mean, that would suck. We want to see price supported here, obviously. It does not seem like price is being supported on the buy side. Dollar still remains going up. We saw another immediate rejection off the height of the Asia range, but almost equally as immediately, we saw us sell off here. So I'm venturing to say it's not going to sustain higher prices for very long. Dollar continues to rise. Slight movements below, but you know, this is not looking too good. We are going to constrict. I mean, it's holding at the top of that Asia range. I think that's quite interesting here. Buy market. There we go. Want to sell 2. Let me get back up to here. Leave a limit order up to here. And let's see if price will allow us to head higher here. Dollar dropping a little bit, but heading back up. So now damage has been done. All previous longs have been taken out pretty much since the beginning. I imagine that this begins a slow consolidation. And it doesn't look like longs are in the case right now. Let's see if this breaks through here. If it does, we're pretty much done here. Longs should be taken out. Like, I'm guessing I'm going to get stopped out here. Yep. Okay, so back to where we started. Great. So it does look like it is going to start to close. If we start to see closes below this intermediate term high, which is this monthly level, that's when we need to start looking for room to head downwards. But we need to see closes below this. So the 1 minute closed below and has immediately been sold off into. So what does this mean? We could use that as a Judas swing. We could still wait to see what happens in Asia range. We still have this Asia range low that we just broke below recently. We need to see if it continues to hold. If we see candle closes below the midpoint of this consolidation, that would be another consideration. We just need to see how this plays out right around this Asia range, especially around this intermediate term, monthly intermediate term high, or this monthly intermediate term high here, 16,468. I need to see if this closes. This so far has closed below the midpoint of this Asia range. So, movement back up above. So we need to see slowing down a bit. So, now it's dropped a bit now. Is it enough though? We're hovering around the lower half of this Asian range. So we did close above right there. So I need to see some really big volume if we're going to take anything to the upside. Right now we're holding that monthly intermediate term high level. Shorts have taken over here. I don't see displacement just yet. Maybe this on the lower time frame, but we're at the top of the Asian range. So it could just reverse like we just saw it right there. Could just reject off of there now too. So we need to see displacement. At the end of the day, without any displacement, we don't have a trade. Dollar is on the way down. All out red. Sorry about that, Phoenix. Don't worry about it. A play will set up today. With this swing upwards, though, think about the weekly range. Is it more probable that our weekly candle, which started here, we came all the way up, is it possible that we get an expansion lower? Absolutely. Absolutely. So right now, nothing really much happening. We're still within the Asian range that we opened the day and stayed within. I do need to update this Asian range a bit. Let me make sure I have everything correct here. Okay, looks like the Asian range actually is up to here. So nothing but consolidation right now. Dollar is dropping a bit. It dropped through a bullish order block for just now. So we would need to see dollar continue down into a discount array for us to see anything move lower. Okay, seeing if we see. Now keep in mind it's only 850, so the first volatility injection has happened. We can still see this move upwards, but we need to see that monthly level supported there. And I'm not seeing major support. I'm seeing incrementally low support here, which could easily be ripped through to the downside. So now we wait. And I need to get into my work laptop. Let's see. Move some of this over here. Let's see if we can get over here. I'm actually looking at I'm looking at some of the futures costs for using AMP futures. Hey Delphine, good morning or good afternoon. So we broke below here. I anticipate we head lower here from here, maybe after a quick retrace here, but that's displacement below. Let's start a starter position here. Stop above this fair value gap here. The daily short-term high is what we will be aiming for. I'll enter once more if I can sell one here. One day short-term high is what I'm aiming for. So we can kind of treat this as a monthly intermediate term high where we took out buy stops and are now shifting a little bit lower here. We've now traded below the Asia range. So we're careful here because we are cognizant that this is CPI after all. Numbers weren't all too bad. So this could just be a movement lower to take out some of the sell stops. Yes, it very well could be. Dollar continues to rise, so we keep with our thesis here. All right, so we want to see dollar continue to rise. We have some targets down below on the 15-minute that we can aim for, those short-term lows there. Those would be low-hanging fruit. We can shift our... We'll leave our stop there for the time being, but we can move it to the top of the fair value gap on the lower time frame. If we see a big displacement lower, then we can shift our stop to the one of the short-term highs right before we went down above that there. Let's see, dollar continues to is kind of peaking now. in the event that this happens to be a return here, we'll get stopped out and maybe go from there. And we might get stopped out here. So I thought that looked like displacement, but maybe I was wrong. So I'm not certain how this will pan out here right this moment. But perhaps that was just a small change in delivery there, and we'll end up heading higher from here. Asia range, we certainly do see this large displacement there, but it does look like it's holding here quite well. So we're going to keep our eyes out for the time being. And hope that this is not a true retracement, that we are continuing to the downside is our initial thoughts here. We want to aim for this daily short-term high, if possible. Otherwise, if this continues to peak there, then, well, we'll let us get stopped out on balance. Okay. We see dollar continue to rise, supports price movement to the downside. There is a fair value, or actually a liquidity void above us for dollar that it's going to reach for, so that will support us heading lower. So dollar, we can kind of see how price on dollar, let's go to minute time frame, we're heading upwards. 15 minutes, you can see that there's a little imbalance up here to be drawn to. On the dollar. So we're hoping to keep that in mind, but I mean, you kind of see dollars ripped up quite a bit. So we might not get the price action we want. And coincidentally, we might get stopped out here. Add one more. Mix. Let's see. Dollar dipped down a little bit there. Now heading back up. Good. As you can kind of see, nothing really happening right this moment. Dollar is in a consolidation range. So right now with dollar heading lower, we might see prices head higher. Dollar came up, is bouncing off of this range. It could return back to this area here and then head higher. We are cognizant that it is and has a liquidity void above us currently. Looking at a lower time frame. Yeah, it really depends on if it's strong enough to head higher here, because with dollar moving down, that does not support price going down as well. So we need to see more of this green movement back up to higher highs on dollar. Otherwise, we're going to see us break through and head back up. I should move my stop up to roughly here at least, though. The high of this fair value gap on the 1 minute. That would be a more pertinent stop placement. And I could as well consider adding one more leg, roughly about here is where I would expect to potentially add in one more leg. If we are truly headed to the downside here, I need dollar to show me that it wants to head up to that 15-minute gap. But now we see dollar is here. And this is the gap that I was thinking it couldn't head up to. Right there. So price we should see go up for a little bit first. The question is now, okay, where are the singular lows? Let me take dollar away for the moment. Where are the smooth lows to be had? Well, I see these smooth lows here. I see this BISI, this imbalance to head to. So I'm very much one to consider that we might head back down into this imbalance. I would prefer that. I would like to see that. If at all possible, that's what I would like to see. Oh, oil's going down. Man, let me check it out. I haven't started up my other screen yet, so. Oh, shoot. I need to hop into this other call. All right, I need to go off of screen for a little bit. I will go off mic as well. I'll be back in a little bit. Okay, sorry about that. I am back. And let's take a look at these charts. So we have been creating higher lows, which is good. We've respected bullish order blocks so far, and that is still the case right this moment. That bit of a displacement lower, it looks like it's been bought up pretty quickly. I think we continue a bit higher, but let's see. It's possible that it took that 15-minute fair value gap as a opportunity to head down to pick up some more orders there. And as we can see, we are currently making our way back through this area here. See an immediate rebalance off the bottom of that fair value gap would be nice. But not sure if it's gonna hold there or not. Looks like it immediately, it looks like it rejected from there once more. So we'll keep an eye on this. If we can break out of this though, if we can get candles closing above this, we can treat this as an inversion fair value gap there. So we rejected 1, 2, 3 times off of that 15-minute fair value gap. We're seeing some consolidation here right this moment. And we are still within the Asian range. So it's uncertain which direction it wants to expand right at this moment, being right smack dab in the middle. We took out buy stops, and then we took out sell stops. And we respected a hourly bullish order block here. So that leads me to think we are heading higher overall. But I have been a little off this morning, so has not been the day. Yeah, I mean, this is consolidating right in this area, so what Delphine had mentioned, that's what I'm hoping pans out. But now that we've traded to that 15-minute fair value gap, there's one beneath us. If you can kind of see there's a buy side imbalance beneath us right here. which we have not traded to just yet. So I'm wondering if we go to take out those sell stops first. I don't see, so that's on a 15-minute time frame that a bullish order block is combined with a small fair value gap down there. So around 16,454. If you look on the minute chart, 59, accumulation, manipulation, first distribution potentially. Yeah. Yeah, I could definitely see that, Delphine. Then the accumulation over time, we just hold it in support. Yep, that's true. Absolutely. Yeah, I think the potential for this to, the only silver bullet as well I see is on that one lower than us. I don't know if I'd want to. I assume it accumulates here for a bit. Maybe takes out some stealth stops, but no, not at all. I love that you've really taken heart to studying. It does seem like it is the sell side has at least the draw could be drawing down to that 15-minute fair value gap first. Let's see. Maybe not. What time is it? 10:30. So I think that if we were to dip down, pick up some more orders there, maybe head down to that 5 minute bullish order block, we could see run on stops and then continuation to the upside to take out some of our, finish up some of our market maker buy model there. I could definitely see that occurring. Now, it has stayed within this Asian range quite well. We'll see if it maintains or not. In the 4 hour, price was supported in a fair value gap. That's true. There is a lower fair value gap on the 4 hour, but it did certainly head down to a equilibrium point there, and it's now held in consolidation on the 4 hour. So yeah, on the 4 hour, they definitely have bounced from there. And we would need to see if this can break out of this consolidation area first before we see movement in one direction or the other. As you can see, we're still very much so in consolidation. Nothing too high of probability at this moment. And we're starting to see, we're still in the middle of this consolidation here. So keeping an eye on that. We recreated a higher high on the short-term time frame right there. But still within the consolidation range though. So we need to see candle closes if we're gonna take this any higher. So what time is it? 10:38. Good, we're heading towards the top of this consolidation area, so let's see what happens here. So we're nearing that 15-minute CB as well. Let's see. Add when Johnny charts look super clear. Try and hide the sessions markers and just toggle them when you need them. I like the sessions markers. You know, I like them because they give me a sense of where time is without needing to look at the particular range or look vertically as well. So it's an easy color visual indicator for me. But people can not like them. That's okay. No big deal. Visually it gives a nice, easy way to discern where these areas are. We are seeing this consolidation start to head towards the top of this consolidation here. So I think Delphine's, I think that is correct. We'll probably aim for at least 16,520 around that area. And then, of course, if we hit the midpoint of this hourly candle here, we will likely head, if we close above that, then we'll probably head towards that daily CB. Okay, so we saw a bit of retracement there. We're still seeing some reaction at that 15-minute sell side imbalance. So we're going to need to see how price reacts. Do we push through it? We'll see if it processes this fair value. Yes, absolutely. Does this turn into an inversion fair value gap? That's what I am looking for. Our Ventahar is short 16,516. Okay. Oh, I see. You're waiting until 16,516 before you take a short. I see. One minute certainly looks like, if we zoom out a little bit, we see kind of like a movement here. Accumulation, distribution on the downside, distribution, terminus. Then we see a consolidation, accumulation. We're still in this accumulation range. Oh, I love you guys as well. Kirk, Delphine. Big fan of you guys. So yeah, I like this consolidation range. I like that we're sitting in this range here, because once we head out, we're likely to retest it and then continue, or it just leaves us in the dust too. That's a possibility. Do we have any catalysts this afternoon? We have a 1 o'clock 30-year bond auction, so that could be a consideration. But yes, we're still within this consolidation range here. So until we move out of it, not much to be done. Fair value gaps are being spiked through, as you can see. Except with the exception of this move lower, bullish order blocks seem to be respected for the most part. There's consolidation in here, so nothing more to be said there, but yep. And let's see. Huge 1 minute fair value gap on that level. Johnny, yep, absolutely. If you knew I could be your mother, maybe. I'm pretty old myself, so I've got some age on me. I look younger than I appear at times. Okay, we went down into the 1 minute fair value gap, picked up some orders around here, and have not closed below the Asia midpoint in a bit. So let's see where this 1050 macro takes us. Relative equal lows at 16,458. Yep, Kurt, that's true. There are some relative equal lows there, but look at price's unwillingness to go down there, though. Price has not respected this 15-minute sell side imbalance. We've created higher lows here. Obviously, with the objection of this short-term low here. So for the time being, we either hold in consolidation, and that's very well. It very well could, like, if we don't see anything by 1 o'clock, it could consolidate the rest of the afternoon, because what happens tomorrow? We have FOMC, right? So there's typically worse price action leading into FOMC.
It's okay. I'm not gonna spook you. Just want to say hello. Did you go eat the snack? Hello. Hey, it's right there. You go get the snack. Hello. Hello. Here, it's up here. You go eat up there.
We either hold in consolidation, and that's very well. It very well could, like, if we don't see anything by 1 o'clock, it could consolidate the rest of the afternoon, because what happens tomorrow? We have FOMC, right? So there's typically. Oh, I need to see if this was still working here. Johnny is a Nosferatu. I wish. Then we could go back and scare some trades into order. So I mean, this price action is pretty rough. Nothing's happening right now, so let's see what happens at the 1050 AM macro. See if there's anything that can be seen from here. All right, we got a bit of a jump up there. Let's see if that's just to take out some more buy stops to head lower, or if this truly is a macro to head up higher or not. You see that quick little jump back into the 15-minute sell side imbalance there. Really just to spike out some shorts there. So that took out a whole bunch of shorts who were shorting. And we need to see if how price reacts off of this top of this Asian range here. I want to see it bounce off of the top of this Asian range. That would be ideal. Take an early entry. Stop is in the middle of the Asian range. One contract only, of course, since this is early after all. This does not look like it's gonna work out here. I might close out of this. I don't know. Let's see. This consolidation. Let's see. We went down. We took out fair value gap, and we're heading back into that fair value gap. And we're sticking with one contract only since we've got to make back our losses first. We should not have been trading with two contracts that whole time. All right, so we went to take out some sell stops there. We took out a rejection block there. Seeing if price gets supported here or not. Okay, so it looks like we went and took out some longs there. So this is typical seek and destroy here. But it looks like we are okay, so this does not. It does look like it's at least respecting the top of that Asia range currently. Kevin Zhu, I would be careful long. So his bet is that this market turns around and heads short. Yeah, I mean, given that we've taken a monthly intermediate term high, I think that might be a solid bias there. The only thing that might keep me in this long is I would prefer us trading above this inversion fair value gap. Really, that's all I'm looking for right now is for it to trade above there and hold above there. Primarily because we have a daily imbalance sitting above us. Okay, let's see if this macro takes us anywhere. Or if we just continue to skirt around this Asia range high. Pretty much nothing burger happening right now. Okay, good. That's what we want to see. Now we should be able to raise our stop here. Price can return back to that well, I guess you can't see it here on the 1 minute, huh? So there's a bullish order block here on the 1 minute. I think it can possibly return back to that. Would have been a potential area to add, I suppose, but we are, again, we haven't seen displacement, so we don't know where price is going to go. In fact, I might just close out of this trade. Yep. So I don't want to really be on that trade. Anyways, so I closed it out in profit. Obviously, I'm down today quite a bit. So I'm not going to be trading this account until there's a clear setup. I'm going to probably head out and grab a quick bite to eat, considering it's almost 11 o'clock and I haven't eaten breakfast yet. So um, there might be something that occurs within this macro. I might miss it, but I mean, it's a tough consolidation, right? We need to see displacement outside of that. We will for sure see volatility at 1 o'clock. So that might be in time to come back and wait, make back half of my losses, and we'll see if we can do that. Until that point, we need to see if we can break out of consolidation first. And given that it's almost London close, end of London close, there's a low likelihood that we make it out of that. So I'll be right back. I need to eat something. I'll be right back.
All right, I'm back. Let me see if I can get back on screen here. Got some breakfast finally. Have some blackberries here. Okay, so it looks like that trade worked out. Here would be a good place to take profit. I'm gonna take one off here. Well, yeah, I'll take one off here. And we'll leave the rest to go to Terminus. Probably could have left it there, but whatever. All right. Let's eat some breakfast while we let this trade play out. We're already taking profit, so we'll let the rest ride. Terminus being that daily CPI. Also open 16,520. Possible take profit area. So we'll eat some pancakes. Wife made it for me. We like pancakes. Got a banana as well. Kevin Zhu, do you have a kid, Johnny? Nope. Not yet. Maybe in the coming years, though. Maybe 3-4 years. How about you, Kevin? You have kids? Enjoy your breakfast, Duffy. Thank you. We can enjoy it together as we enjoy price action as well. That would be great. A bed and breakfast where they give you a trading setup to trade from. Okay. Starting to see a little bit of movement back down to a lower time frame fair value gap. All right. It looks like we sold off precipitously from that point in time. And we've broken through a lot of different stuff there. So went back down to a 1 minute bullish order block here. So there's a 1 minute fair value gap here that we traded down to. And there's a bullish order block there as well. You can see it right there. So I went to pick up some more orders. Now, we need to see candles close above that. We can't see candles close below that. Otherwise, our trading thesis is invalid. So, okay, that's good. We saw a candle respect that. Price can wick down, that's fine. But we have this bullish order block here combined with that fair value gap. So we'll watch that and see how this price trades. If we get stopped out, then we get stopped out. So be it. Okay, so at least we took profit there, right? Question is what happens now? Does our trade head back down to this inversion fair value gap and blow back through it? Is the core question here. There's relative equal lows here. See your lunchtime run on stops as well. Could be those sell stops right there. Kevin Zhu, nah, I'm 24, no kid yet. Maybe you want kids. Maybe you're secretly wanting kids, Kevin. Let's see. So these lows for 1647.75 are suspect. 1647.75 is the high there. Price went immediately down to that and then rejected. So I'm wondering if that drop down is just a little blip in the greater movement higher. So let's see if price holds above this, because we traded below this now and we've closed below that bullish order block there. That needs, I need to Bentahar, you read me that Wix high level, the one that got reversed from right now. The Wix high level, not sure which one you have. This high? Is it 16,516.25? Or maybe like this high? 16,516.25. In the future, Kevin. In the future, if I get married, Q. All right, so it looks like we went down to pick up some more orders. I'd venture to say that we are going to be on our way back up here. Let's see if this bullish order block holds though on this fair value gap. It doesn't seem to be holding, but this 5-minute buy side imbalance does seem to be.
Okay. So I imagine we go down, take out these relative equal lows down here. Yeah, nice short, Bentahar. Very nice. I would like to see it go down to just took out a short-term low there. I want to see if it heads down and take out those relative equal lows, or if it just starts from here, heads higher. So far, there's no core evidence that we've achieved anything but another consolidation, another distribution, or whatever you call this, an accumulation range on the upside. So now our range on the upside, we have this accumulation here, and now we have this accumulation here as well. See, 1:01 p.m. is the 30-year bond auction. Let's hope it delivers us our bias. I'm actually biased to the upside. Bentahar, where's your bias? On ES. You thought we would hit 4687 already, but we are lagging. Yeah, 4681 on E-mini right this moment. Potentially. I still see some movement to the upside, or some room to the upside. We need to get out of this consolidation zone though. And if we are to head lower, we need to get below those relative equal lows here on the 1 minute. If we don't get below that, we're going to head higher. But those relative equal lows does seem kind of suspect. But it did reach a bullish order block, so that got to keep that in mind. Let's see. 1 minute. Fair value gap is still being traded too. So we're going to keep that there in mind.
So far, all buy-side imbalances have been filled in on the way up, except for one on the initial impulse up. Bentahard believes that this move up is the shakedown. Yeah, it could be. But I am of the impression that we are more prone to head higher. So my bias is higher, but we shall see. Enter if we head down there. Come on, give me that order. Actually, I like this entry a little bit better. Don't just stop there. That's right. That's what we wanted. Yes, they are protected lows, the bottoms that created the high. As long as they are not broken on a close, the trend remains bullish. So far, so good. We shall see. The 1 o'clock p.m. sale might hinder some things, but we'll see. Watching this closely. And of course, if this fails here, then so be it. Let's see. New macro incoming in 10 minutes, 11:50 to 12 o'clock macro. Yep. We'll see where that takes us next. So far, we've held in this consolidation range as expected. surprisingly holding this 1 minute fair value gap quite well. I would have expected us to really drop lower from here if we were going to treat that as an inversion fair value gap to the lower side, but it seems to me it's holding quite well. It's consolidating pretty heavily around this area, so I'm wondering if we're just waiting for the move here in a few minutes. Let's see what it reaches for, you know. It looks like it's bouncing in between these two areas of liquidity. So we see it's traded up to that 1 minute buy side imbalance again. Okay, so looks like it's respected that buy side imbalance. We want to see how it trades above this short-term high of 16505.25. All right, so that's good. We've got movement above there. We can see retracement below, but I believe that constitutes displacement above. So we'll keep our stops where they are, let price come back. It comes back to where we entered. We might add one more because there's a fair value gap right down here. Okay, so we got that order. Order got tagged there. And let's extend this out even further. That 1 minute. Extend it out over time a little bit more. 1147. $16. Okay, so we now have 3 total. We want to see that buy side imbalance remain. We are certainly seeing accumulation here. Let's continue. If we are going short, I would like us to see us reach that 16,516 once more. Take that out. If we're not going to hit the daily CB low, then I would like us to take out at the very least this low-hanging fruit of a run on stops up here. That's what I'll be looking for. That's where first profit ought to be. And we'll also take 2 off at 16,516. We'll sell 2 there. If we can get up there, of course. I'd like to see a run on stops there. All right. Still seeing accumulation. And is now 11:51. Not too much movement yet. Return back to the 1-minute buy side imbalance. We need to see how it's treated. So it's bouncing between those 2 buy side imbalances, right? There's a 5-minute imbalance that you see there, followed by a 1-minute imbalance, which also got traded up and through. So it does look like it's steadily being accumulated here. I would expect for either for us to not make it above this short-term high and then aim for this relative equal low down here, or to continue our overall trend to the upside. That's what I'll be still seeking until we see otherwise from this consolidation. because there are buy stops from all the people that went short up in this area here. So there's a draw on liquidity up in that range. We took sell side out here, and we've taken out fair value gaps and continued to treat them as expected here. So I'm looking for us to continue. Let me make sure my stops are accurate. I should be... It doesn't look like this is going to make it here. It's going to get stopped out there. Okay. All right, so we headed back down to that inversion fair value gap once more. And I think we'll attack those relative equal lows there, right here. So 16,487.75. And that should be one of the attack on lunchtime lows. We could potentially see that 16,458. We could see those potentially attacked if it goes really, really deep. So we went down, we weren't able to take out those lows there. So let's see if markets come back in or if we reprice down and take out those lows. We do have this fair value gap on the 15-minute. 16,487.75. Or we could trade down into. And that would be the midpoint of that inversion fair value gap that we just traded to. So if we are going to head up, that's where I would expect us to go. If not, then we get stopped out. Like, rather, we head lower, rather, because we took out these relative equal lows here too. 16,487.25. So we need to see if we respect this, we respect this inversion fair value gap or not. We're above that intermediate term high on the monthly, if you recall. So this monthly intermediate term high. We are still above that, but could certainly this constitutes because we've made a short-term as a lower low here. I think this potentially could constitute movement. Where is this? I think I drew this one incorrectly. Let me see. Yeah, I think this is supposed to be on the 5 minute. And only supposed to go up till around here. So this is a 5 minute buy side imbalance that we're in right now. Came down into a bullish order block there on the 5 minute. So this one here came down into that segment, into a inversion fair value gap, into a 5 minute buy side imbalance. Now we'll see if we treat that as an inversion fair value gap on the BISI, if we treat that as an inversion fair value gap to the downside. Quite a bit of a sell-off there. Looks like some potential new shorts coming in there. Does not looks like the doesn't look like this buy side imbalance is gonna hold on the 5 minute chart. Remove this, bring this out over time. And see that this is already closing below it slightly. Nice, nice. Good job, Delphine. Yeah, it doesn't feel like the long side is ready here, or it's gonna come back into play anytime soon. I mean, we're not seeing evidence of it, at least. Because we would see a displacement to the upside if we were seeing evidence of it, so. We would see like major displacement as well. Great trade, Delphine. So here we need to see if it immediately rejects from here. and treats that as a sell side and an inversion buy side imbalance here. So we traded up through it, we traded down through it. If we reject and head lower, then that could be an inversion fair value gap to the downside. We are still trading within this sell side imbalance from before, this 15-minute one. Still trading in that area, but it's not looking promising for any longs. It does seem to be bouncing from a bullish order block area here. We do see that, this bullish order block here. It does seem to be providing a bit of support there. And on the 15-minute, there's also a bullish order block here that we traded down into, which seems to be providing support as well. Okay. If price disrespects this bullish order block, then we're going to head down into this fair value gap down here. We headed down into the Asian range once more. Let's take a fib. It's low. It's high. So there's quite a bit lower that we can go, actually. I like the target of that sell side imbalance. I'd like for us to hit that, rather. And if we go to Asia's low, I do have a feeling we'll head down to that buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency down there. So still in the Asia range here. Still creeping down. Let's see from tip to tip what we see here. Yep, that would be 50% mark would be right at that sell side imbalance down there. So that's where I'm aiming for. All right. So we bounced off that monthly intermediate term high briefly and immediately sold back down into it. So since that is a previous high, we can certainly treat that as a potential for a reversal, but given the nature of where we are and lack of hitting equilibrium on this swing, and that there's a fair value gap below us, I think the short still makes sense. All right, so we want to start to see some candle closes below this monthly intermediate term high. Okay, that's good. Well, I head towards the short-term low on the Asia range low now. This short-term low here is our next target for liquidity. So we'll get out of a position there around that time. Okay, so far monthly levels still respected. Seeing some movement above. And continuation downwards, some shorts taken there. Starting to see a little bit of buying, but I think that's just we haven't seen. Uh-oh, this might be a squeeze here. So we headed down to Asia low, and then we squeezed out a few shorts there. Needs to see if we reject from this 1 minute bearish order block here. We did bounce off of a 15-minute bullish order block. We see there, we did bounce off of that, so keeping that in mind as well. We have not reached the relative equal lows of here yet. So we need to see if price continues upwards here, treats that Asia high as a Asia consequent encroachment as a jumping off point for us to head higher, as we have now created a displacement to the upside. We have to break this area here, otherwise we're still within consolidation range now. Today's been a tough day for sure. So it's reached the previous 5 minute. We traded through this quite a few times, so I'm going to remove it. The 5 minute, we rejected off of that 5 minute BISI. But we haven't seen displacement to the downside yet, so. Let's wait pretty much till 1 o'clock. Charge my phone. All right, so what I want to see is, since we bounced off the mid-monthly intermediate term high and the midpoint of that Asia range, I'm looking for us to head higher for the duration of the afternoon. That's where I'm looking, at least. I would like for us to drop into that fair value gap that got formed right there, and this one in particular. That would be ideal. If we could have a little bit movement, like down into maybe here, that would be ideal. But I would settle for this here. But it's, again, way too hard. Right at this moment, it's more difficult to read price action, because although I would like price to come down here, I'm going to watch to see if it blows through that and continues lower to hit further lower into this fair value gap down here, since it hasn't given me an equilibrium movement yet.
So just keeping that in mind. Ugh. Okay. There are definitely trying to see where obvious stops would be if for a lunchtime run on stops. My thoughts are the ones up here. But if we're going to head higher, it would be the sell side ones, which would mean the run that happened just now, we would head lower than that down into these relative equal lows down here. So 12:30, 1 o'clock, those will be important. And then, of course, the remainder of the afternoon. Key monthly level was hit during Asia, so that needs to be considered. That monthly intermediate term high at 16,468.25. We need to see if that monthly level remains closed. Like if we reject from that monthly level and create a new market maker sell model. Or if we continue to jump off of this and head higher. I'll remove this for the time being because I need to know what side the market's going to run to. The key question is has Sunday created the low of the week with this movement here? Or has Tuesday created the high of the week, potentially as well? All right. You saw a small movement up. Need to see if it's enough for this to continue running up to run out those stops or not. Or if this will
decide to come back down and take out those relative equal lows. Back. So the high of 16,507, we're looking to see if that can get run out over lunch hour. All right, on the 5-minute, there's a, move this here, there's a sell side imbalance up here that we're looking at, seeing if this heads up to the sell side imbalance right there. See if we trade to that. It's within this range, it's a premium. Even within this range, it's slightly premium. And we're checking to see if it trades to it and through it. Maybe it hits this lunchtime, run on lunchtime, run on highs. And all the while we're cognizant that these relative equal lows are still here with a 15-minute fair value gap within a bullish order block down here. So we're still very much so cognizant of that. Looking to see what else is around here. We now have relative equal lows here. One minute still has this open buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency. Propulsion block from a bullish order block here. Traded down into that once more. Okay. We still haven't reached that CPI yet, so we're looking for that to occur. Okay. Good, good. We see price heading up into that CPI. And we rejected from that CPI. Now we need to see if we see displacement back to the downside here. If not, then we'll head up to take out those singular highs up here. You can consider these to be relative equal highs, I suppose, but they are singular highs at the end of the day. If we don't see major rejection from here. And displacement, to be clear. We want to look for displacement here. Okay. We know, we can see that this is already at equilibrium, so this is viable if we're going to scalp this lower. But keep in mind, market structure, we haven't created a lower low yet. Higher low still on the lower time frames and high or medium time frames. So there is room for us to continue and run on stops, basically. Where might those stops be? At the high of this, 15,505 and 510, 514. You should see this lunchtime run on stops here. Okay. So on the 5-minute, we see relative equal highs here. Or sorry, rejection block here. So price could reject from there. Or it could head up to this relative equal high up here and then reject from there as well. my other side figured out. Firm. There we go. Oil pretty much dropped all morning and now it's consolidating, so makes sense. We have us traded above this inversion fair value gap. And are consolidating again. We're still in the consolidation range now. Overall headed higher, yes. We have to be careful what happens at 1 o'clock because that can cause a lot of volatility, so we'll keep our eyes out for that. Checking a couple of things right now. Okay. Make sure I have this meeting I have to join. 4 o'clock p.m. Just had to check something there. $12.38. So let's watch out for a 30-year mortgage bond auction. Sorry, 30-year bond auction at 1 o'clock. That will tell us what direction and which liquidity we're going to be aiming for next. Whether we go to take out these relative equal highs and this this relative equal high here, or if we end up having to take out something else. The daily CPI high is still a draw for me. Potential draw on liquidity, but I wouldn't put us past retracing and taking out those smooth relative equal lows first. Those are on my mind right now, and I'm wondering if the 1 o'clock bond auction will cause us to get down there. So that's something that we're keeping an eye on right now. This daily draw on liquidity is what we're looking at. And we're using this range as a potential for our calculations for equilibrium and what that means. Applied to all charts, you can kind of start to see how this relative equal low matches up really nicely with this whole bullish order block, which also matches up with this fair value gap here. That's on the 15-minute. Leave this on. Sorry, leave this on the 15-minute. Price action over lunchtime, expectedly slow. Need to see where bonds take us. Okay. So now we're seeing some movement higher. About 17, 18 minutes till bond auction. Doesn't look like it wants to leave this range. Okay, so we're seeing continued consolidation here. If we see this breakout, it's likely to reach for some of these highs up here. Okay. Seeing some sales. As we get closer to bonds, we'll see a little bit more volatility, I believe. Oh boy. So let's see what happens at bond at 1 o'clock, 1:01. Okay. It does look like the sell side is winning at this time in this consolidation. So it might be headed down to here to pick up some more buy orders. I would say maybe down into this range here before they kick it back. So 1645. Around this area is where potential buyers could come back in and they could attack these highs that get created here. If we go below this short-term low there, I would be a little surprised, but not too surprised. There is a 1 minute buy side imbalance beneath us, so that could be a possibility. We have continued movement lower, it seems. There are these fair value gaps that we are watching out for, particularly this one. On the 1 minute time frame. Keeping an eye on this buy side imbalance right there. There is a bullish order block right there. We would consider this to be a retracement into discount. And that's what we would look for. Before we can head higher, that would be one level of potential movement. And if it does not want to create a lower low here and we get stopped by this fair value gap, then I would see this potentially take this back up to these relative equal highs or this short-term high as we aim for the daily CPI low above us. Okay, 1253 bond auction. We'll wait. This will be the last form of liquidity for today. There is a Fed budget balance at 2 o'clock, so you might see a little tiny blip, but I would say the 30-year is going to be the largest. Below us, we have relative equal lows, both here and also over here. So we need to keep that in mind. So both of these buy-side imbalances we're watching quite closely. And you want to see how does it react at this rejection block here. This rejection block on the 5 minute combined with this bullish order block, combined with this fair value gap. Problem is, it's in a premium of this dealing range right here. It's in a premium, so price doesn't need to respect this. If it is very bullish, it will respect it. If not, I'm aiming for this fair value gap that we have down below. See down here. There's a little 1 minute fair value gap down here. Kevin Zhu, bond auction soon. Yes, 1 o'clock, 1:01 p.m. We'll start seeing volatility then. On the macro, I mean, we did hit a 1 month intermediate term high. I wouldn't want us to see us go too far below this without strong movement back upwards if we are to disregard this monthly intermediate term high. But typically, if you look back, reactions at monthly highs tend to be pretty strong. They tend to be fairly specifically strong. So in general, because we've hit a monthly intermediate term high, my eyes are naturally slated to go short, but to look for sell side or evidence of sell side. We had a bit of movement down in the morning, but we've since recovered from here. So we need to see what happens during bond auction. Where does price want to take us? What kind of stops are ready to be taken, and where does price need to go to next? We had taken sell stops most recently, and we haven't taken sell stops out since then. We've taken a lot of buy stops out. We haven't taken sell stops out yet. And we haven't taken out these buy stops from before in the morning. So we're keeping a close eye on those and seeing what could possibly happen there, right? So we can see how tightly constricted we're ranging in. This is typical as you approach a week where post CPI you have FOMC. You'll see we have PPI. If you're not done trading by 8:30 or 9 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, it's going to be pretty tough. Crude oil inventories probably could run things up a certain way, but because FOMC is at 2 o'clock, generally you want to wait and just trade in the afternoon. Trade the two-part move on FOMC. If you have traded FOMC before, if you haven't traded before, just be careful, study it, and that should be sufficient. Okay, so the price did not go down to this area of liquidity. And in fact, it has now come back into none other than this sell-side imbalance. So we have bonds in a couple minutes, about 1 minute and 40 seconds. This will showcase to us what direction price wants to take. $16,516 is a buy side liquidity. Okay, about 45 seconds till bond auction. $30 seconds, 20 seconds till bond auction. 15 seconds. So sell side, we generated some sell side, about 5 seconds. Okay, so bond auction is occurring. Let's see where the 30-year takes us. Doesn't seem like a relatively muted reaction so far. Data still pending. Pretty muted reaction. 30-year seems to be a little bit less of an impact than the 10-year bond auction for now. Nothing's been released yet on. So it looks like this one is pretty much a nothing burger. And really, there's nothing else to look out for here. Nothing's going to move as we get into the day before FOMC. Looks like we're starting to see a little bit. Here we go. So we got some of the buy side there. Let's see if we return back to back down. Okay. So far, headed upwards. Let's see if we get a reaction back down first. Like it's continuing upwards for the time being. And we'll see that it's reached this high of 16,514 pretty much. So not much. Yields on these bonds went down. So I'm curious if we can get a limit at 16,500. I'd be curious to see if possible we can get that type of movement or not. Here we're approaching a short-term high, right? Uh, 16,516.25. Buy side liquidity. So we could reject from there. And see if we hit that or not. So if we were to nail that, that would be the top of our range, right? We did not go back to the dealing range equilibrium point. Went to maybe 40% of it so far. So we are looking for a return to roughly, ideally here would be ideal for me if we could get this price to come back to this level, and then maybe go take out. There's no guarantee. I don't want to take this though because that's at a premium, so I'm going to be careful here. I'm going to watch this inversion fair value gap still. Day. All right, we don't have really much yet. Nothing really happening on commodities. So we did not quite reach the high there, but what we did reach is the close here. 16,514, 16,514, right? And that's a rejection block. So we're cognizant that we, oh, I missed my entry. So we are still cognizant that we have this here, but that we also want to take a profit at roughly 16,530, roughly right there. This might fail here. So we might just, actually, I don't feel comfortable with this trade, so I'm going to get out of it right now. We're too high of a premium. That was too bad of an entry. Like, had we entered where we set our limit order, that would have been fine. But we gave up way too much risk by entering late. So, poor entry, okay with being stopped out in profit. Okay, so we hit that rejection block there. We took out this, we rejected from this inversion fair value gap as well. I think we end up aiming for this daily high in the rest of the afternoon. I guess we could slow bleed all the way back down to here, but now we have relative equal highs formed here. So perhaps it's creating engineering liquidity for FOMC. That could be a possibility. So not too many points here, like 10, 15 points max in the afternoon. That's generally going to be a range. You're not going to see huge range days on days like this. Okay, I think I'm gonna go eat some lunch, maybe back here by 2. I don't see anything really happening, so we'll see if there's a ICT silver bullet at 2 o'clock maybe. So let me be right back and go eat some lunch. Still aiming higher in my opinion, but need to see us break above this relative equal high. All right, I'll be right back. Gonna go grab a quick bite to eat. Okay, back from lunch, and looks like the bias is still correct there. Let's see, Phoenix, one runner doing the work. Stop loss 532, great, great. Right now, my stop, I should be able to choke my stop up a little bit. Look at every single one of these bullish order blocks here. So every single one of these, bullish order block traded to, bullish order block traded back down to, propulsion block, bullish order block, traded down to again, traded down to again. At this point, we can trail all the way up to this short-term low, and there's a high likelihood we won't get stopped out. It could drop down, take this out real quick, but given where we are, at 3 o'clock, we could see it almost get up there, come back down, take everybody out here, and then we would have been stopped out in profit, and that's totally fine by us, right? But we don't have to. We don't have to choke it up that high. We'll leave it there for the time being, but we don't have to choke it up that high. Click faster. Taking a look at these. Our price target will remain there. That was my price target since the morning. I think it's going to remain there. I think that we'll hit that target in a little bit and head up into the consequent encroachment of that daily candle there, if you recall correctly. We had a target of this 16,623, the daily CPI consequent encroachment as well. But we will be okay with us taking profit above 16,546. Right here is where we had buy stops, and we just breached it right there, right? So 16,546.75. We're at that level right this moment. And we should be able to hit our mark shortly. Give it one more push up. And I'm okay with taking all my profit off here. There's no guarantee that it'll head up to this CPI consequent encroachment. And there's no guarantee that it's going to stop me out here either, or take my profit here either. So I might want to leave like maybe one runner if I really, really wanted to, but I don't care that much, right? This is already plenty of profit. I could hit close right now, and that would be plenty of profit already for using micros. So I'm keeping a close eye on price action. And we're going to see if we can hold here, or if we start to see price head lower, then we'll close out. So this is kind of key. So daily draw on liquidity was still correct. And we see price reflect that. What time of day is it? 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock. All right, so we see some movement. Let's see if we get our target here. Couple pips away. 16,550.5. So about 2 ticks away from our price target. And now we begin a little bit of a sell-off here. So I think we're going to still take it. My order has been there for a while, so it should be one of the first orders to trigger once we get up there. However, I am closely watching price action to make sure we don't drop too far down, because this is the kind of stuff that I didn't want to see, right? I'm seeing there's a raid on stops there real quick, getting people short. And my hopes are that this now blows them out of the water here. Big green candle is to take out 16,551 and then some, is what I'm anticipating, of course. This buy model has been spooling this whole time. It's been spooling. And with that hourly candle having stopped right where it was, there's a high likelihood that we will even aim for the consequent encroachment today. We're going to move our stop up here, because if it breaks below there drastically, then we want to be out. We don't think that it needs to, but if it does break down from there, that is a short-term high that got created, so we care to stay out of things if that happens. Okay, so it's close there. Let's see if it can give us one more push. You've seen this trade run predominantly this whole afternoon. This is, oh, looks like we got tagged there. We are out. Let me double check. I have no more positions. 16,551. What's that high there? 16,551. Now some might call that magic, huh? Phoenix, please leave one runner. No, that's enough of profit for the day, I would say. I'm pretty happy with that, so I'm gonna leave that one be. It's a key level. Crystal ball indicator at 616. Brother from another mother, Johnny Lee Lin. 616. Interesting. Yeah, I could see 616. A little bit higher than there. Right. You're gonna do fine. I'm sure it'll still raise up above this level, but I wanted to take that 16,551 away. It was a seasonally large move, reasonably large move. So we're okay. It was 30 points on a lot of contracts. So, we're okay with price stopping, and the reason why I'm okay with price stopping there is because of this short-term high. Shorts took that short, and now they all willingly bought into my limit sell orders here. So with that, does price continue to spool upwards for the latter part of the day? Possibly, but because we've gone up so much, I anticipate us hitting a certain level and then rejecting. Now look like we're breaking above here. Will I take a long here now? No, absolutely not. But for the time being, that was plenty of profit, and very happy with the results there. Good start to one of the PA accounts. This is one of the performance accounts here. You can see this is performance account 44. Real money on micros. of all things, right? Is every day like this? No. You saw earlier I had a rough morning. Even though my bias was long, I had missed some of my entries and actually failed to identify a bullish order block, which was here. I was too fixated on this imbalance down here to see that this bullish order block hadn't been traded too. So I think this was an area that I could have paid a little bit more attention. If we look back to this here and make it into a buy side liquidity, we see here clearly that we had a bullish order block. Price traded to it. We see displacement above a short-term high. This would have been a low risk entry long into and back up into this Asia range, and that would have been a long at 16,432. What's price at now? 16,552. So that could have been a long for the remainder of the afternoon going into our daily bias, right? So I think we're done for the day. Let me see if I have let me close my connection and see if I can restart this thing. Uh-oh. My computer is being slow. 165. Come on, load, please, everything. No good for $1 million trader, maybe not. But that's okay. That's totally all right. Let's see what we have left. If you liked seeing that play, go ahead and give it a thumbs up. Appreciate there's so many likes here. Appreciate the likes on the stream, everyone. Really grateful to be able to be here. You've seen some of the losses, you've seen some of the highs and lows, but hopefully we see more highs than lows in the future. So right now we're headed up to this daily consequent encroachment. It's gone up quite a bit. It is 3 o'clock. $16,623. See you tonight, Kevin. Absolutely. See you tonight. Did I watch ICT's December 11th YTC trading on Micro Nasdaq? I didn't know. Did ICT have another video? December 11th. Yeah, I ended up watching most of that. That was pretty good. Yeah. Seeing a bit of a retracement here. So we saw a retracement back to the daily CPI low there. Came back down to a 1 minute bullish order block. Okay. Looks like it bounced off of that daily CPI low. So we'll see how high can it go. It does look like its shorts are getting ruined if they're trying to short up here. Just the one the traders mentioned here, saw education with ICT A++. Yeah, absolutely. Watching his live streams is incredible. I wouldn't say it's the traders entering long. I would say it's the algorithm repricing to an efficiency. Efficiently delivering price would mean that price doesn't keep on going long, but rather some of those longs get taken out. And those longs can still get taken out for sure. Like this is a buy side imbalance, and it certainly can be taken out. It is 314. If it's in a hurry, it'll head up to 6623, but that's a lot of range to cover. I don't think it's going to hit that today. Maybe tomorrow, maybe during FOMC. Really just depends. 571 is what I'm looking for right now. 10 more points from here. So people are starting to short, I would assume. And the algorithm's likely continuing to push them out. They're thinking that there's a top, it can't possibly keep on going. If markets have taught us anything, it is that they can certainly, the algorithms, if we haven't reached a specific higher time frame area of liquidity that the algorithm wants to take price to, it will take price there first. We've seen that time and time again. Fighting the trend is very, very a losing battle. Basically, you're fighting a losing battle, especially if you're fighting against an algorithmic spool like you saw today. Plenty of people were thinking that it was time to go short. Right now, accumulations continue. We see impulse moves out of accumulations to the upside, impulse moves, and then accumulation. Impulse moves, and accumulation, right? Okay. See a little bit of movement back, but we haven't seen it create a lower low yet. Oh, K info. Yeah, K info is pretty good. Okay, let's see what we got here. Appreciate the likes, everybody. Looks like we're still squeezing shorts out. Everyone who tries to go short, they're getting squeezed still, even though we've hit the daily CPI low. That's wild. We are getting towards the latter part of the day, though. If it's going to head further, then we're going to see some nice, we're going to see continuation of this slow grind upwards, shorts thinking that they will choose the top, and the algorithm telling them that, hey, you're not so smart. Now, there will be profit taking at the end of the day. There's a lot of people who've been long since a while back, and they're going to be closing their positions soon. But how soon? That's the key question. If we see it reach above this short-term high there, then we're going to go up a little bit further before the end of the day. If we kind of peter out here, then we could reverse. Because we'll see a spool if we do see us move upwards. We'll see it spool upwards. Okay. So shorts just got squeezed again. Anyone that took those shorts thinking that the market's reversing, that we took a high, we're gonna head lower. They keep on getting squeezed. So, I mean, I'm thinking they get to at least 75 and be the midway point between these two. Let me see if I can showcase that. $16,587. That's what I'm thinking they could take it potentially to. Yeah, 586, 587. Let's say 586, 16,586. Because that will be the quarter point of this swing grade. 16,586. Phoenix, thank you for everything you do with this channel. Personally, it's helped me immensely to focus on futures and learn about ICT. Yeah, absolutely. Happy to be here, to be able to work with you, and also learn myself too, you know? We're all at different points in our trading journey. Maybe we'll be able to benefit. Okay. At this point, there's no real reason to go long. People are going to start taking profit. It's the last 35 minutes of the day, so I'm gonna go off screen because I need to finish drinking this soup before a 4 o'clock call, and then I'm gonna also get ready for that 4 o'clock call. So we will catch up soon. If I don't see you before 9:30 p.m., I'll see you at 9:30 p.m. for market prep. $6.40. Okay. All right. Good luck, all, for those that are trading. All right. Just got out of my meetings. Looks like we indeed hit that 87 level and then some. So we now need to see. Let's take a look at the day. Price isn't going to move up much higher. It's at the 600 mark now. That's an even number. Nothing's going to really change. But let's take a look at the monthly here. We saw this approach here. We combine this with the fact that December is generally bullish, and that we have weekly targets up here that we have not hit yet. Now, we also outlined this morning that daily target, which we can reach for. It doesn't look like much on the weekly chart, but it's certainly very, very clear that there's a space on this daily chart before we get to the weekly level, right? So considering the fact that we reached a very important short-term high, we saw that we ended up blowing straight through that, right? So what does that mean? Well, basically every single one of these, so this short-term high, this short-term low, this short-term high, this relative equal low got traded through, and now these short-term highs both got traded through with a short return to this daily, and then off to the races, right? So we've achieved this area, and in the month of December, we still expect an air of bullishness to happen. Doesn't mean we can't get a retracement down back to key intermediate term highs, but because we have started to see closes outside of these key intermediate term highs, we now need to look ahead and see what else can we possibly reach for. There's a high back in 2021's high, right? So let's take a look. I have a little bit more data. Let's take a look at NASDAQ, and let's take a look at a 3-month perspective. That high, or sorry, monthly perspective. So that high there, you know, that's roughly what, like 1770 on this chart. Let me see what it is on a normal, this contract. On this contract, this high is 17,702.50, right? Oh, this value is incorrect. 17,702. This should say 17,702. My bad. Let's make sure these are all correct. Lock this one too. Weekly. Let's lock the weekly levels. Monthly. Man, I didn't lock any of these. Okay, so we have quite a bit of higher time frame area up here to continue forward with, right? The midpoint of this gap is something we can reach up to. The high of this gap is something we could reach up to with an order block, a bearish order block right above it on the weekly. Do we reach for that and continue for the weekly? I mean, it's difficult to say that we could go a straight shot all the way up, but keep in mind we do have FOMC, and it's very possible that within FOMC we can reach into this weekly imbalance. Do we create all-time highs? Well, it is possible. Everyone who's been short, it might start piling in. As we get into January, we are going to see some rebalancing. Actually, at the end of December, we're going to see some rebalancing, and it's going to depend on what happens with the rate, right? So if rates are not raised, if yields are not raised, if the Fed rate isn't raised, then that might signify after a huge increase over the past couple of years, that may signify that that either one, inflation is returning to a stomachable level, and that we no longer need to increase rates or hike rates, and even potentially, if inflation remains here, then they might be able to even cut lower rates a little bit. So all those in conjunction with each other are really key things to pay attention to. Tomorrow we see FOMC. So this is going to be a two-stage delivery. If you haven't traded FOMC, just sit it out and watch. Generally, it's a two-stage movement where you have some major movements from 2 to 230, and then you've got movement from 230 or 245-ish onwards. That is the major move to take. That's the one that you want to be watching out for. It doesn't happen every single time, but tomorrow, if you aren't done trading by 7 to 8:30 a.m., even trading 10 a.m. to 10:30, you can trade that, but you're going to notice that once it gets to about 11 o'clock, it's just going to be really, really tight, really thin movement as people wait for the federal fund rates to come out. So so that's what we're going to look out for. We're going to see if FOMC can jettison up us even further. We have a lot of room to the downside to be made, lots of liquidity to the downside that's opened up, and we're now going to be in, we have to look back now to see what other areas of liquidity we might be able to tackle before we head back south. So really going to be interesting to see what happens during FOMC, to see whether or not this daily candle remains, or if we completely come back down and drop the rest of the week. I don't see any catalysts for that, but we have reached key monthly intermediate term highs, and the month of December is not over yet, so we could very much so reach for this weekly imbalance in the orange lines that you see here, and this monthly bearish order block. So if we go to the month, we see that there's this bearish order block here within this weekly. I think we head up into this area this month, and then in January, I think we start heading back down. So those are my price predictions for the coming weeks and months. As you can see, this range, you can only have so many of those. If this is already Monday and Tuesday, we could see Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Wednesday could even head us all the way up here, and then Thursday, Friday kind of just like jump around a little bit. So all right, so I think that's it for today. Had a rough start today, but ended up making up for it in the afternoon. And you saw this is a live trade. This is a live performance account. You can see that here. And you know, as always, do not follow my trades. You can refer to my trades, but you cannot, absolutely cannot, especially since this is a 20-second delay. Any decision that you make to enter or push the button is on you, and you alone. I can help talk about what is happening at price action, but cannot be used to take any sort of entry. So be careful. Make sure you study hard, do your due diligence, and we'll get back come 9:30 p.m. tonight. We'll come back here and prep for the next day and see what we might be able to find out for the upcoming days. So with that, I'm gonna log off and have a great evening, and hope we can have some good trades again tomorrow. I don't think I have any meetings tomorrow and Thursday, so I should be able to spend the majority of the day here focusing on reading the tape. And yeah, I think that's it. So thank you very much. I appreciate everyone who's watching here. I think there's 6 people watching here right now. It seems 5 or 6 people. Appreciate the likes as well, and for all of you who have subscribed, really appreciate it. Blows my mind. We're at 884 subscribers, which is redonkulous. So we're gonna, maybe we'll do something special at 1,000, or maybe I'll give away one of the 50K accounts or something like that. We'll do something, but yeah. So thank you very much. Hope this is fun. I'm gonna be recording what happened today in my journal, so hopefully you do as well. And think about it, mull it over, see what happened today, and then we'll talk a little bit more about that at 9:30. Yep, so that's it. And I think that's it for today. So have a great evening, get rested, drink some water, and we'll see you at 9:30. Take care, everybody.